Let's see. Looks like we're good there. All right, guys, online. Let's do this. Let me hear your best thing about the last 2 weeks. Okay, the best thing in the last 2 weeks that you did. Clearly it's not sleep, because it does not look like most of you got enough sleep over the last couple of weeks, so we're still struggling with that. But what is the best thing? Now we're going to go through, everyone's going to share something, all right, just because we want to know. But what's the best thing that you guys did over the last couple of weeks? Let's see here. Jonathan, since you're so wide awake over there on that side of the room, why don't you start us off, sir? Best thing you did. What's that? Play in your room. I thought you said clean your room at first, and I'm like, wow, what a guy. All right, just playing. All right, that's good. We'll go next there. Cody, what was the best thing you did? Sleep and play video games all day. Okay. Destiny, what about you? Oh, really? Very cool. So how'd you guys do that? Okay, cool. Who did you have? Your mom? Oh, that's fun. Very cool. All right, let's see. What about you, Jaden? Played games? Video games, board games? Both? What is the favorite board game? Or not board, maybe it's a card game or something like that? Who has one? Yes. Life or Uno? Okay, I like those. What about you? Apples to Apples. That's a fun one. Who else has one? I'm going to tell you one game I'm boycotting. I'm never playing again. It is the game called Clue. You guys ever played that game before? And let me tell you why I'm boycotting this game. Because I cannot beat Mrs. Moyer. All right, I cannot beat her, and so because I cannot beat her, I have made the decision. I'm not, like, me and Braden will play against her. I believe she's cheating. I don't know how, and I can't prove it, but there has to be a way that she is cheating, and she always defeats us. So we have said we are boycotting that game, never to play it again, just because we can't win. Maybe not the best of spirits about it, but that is just being honest with you. All right. What about you? You have a horse? What's your horse's name? Willow. Okay, very cool. Hudson. What is it? I couldn't hear you. Sleep. All right, sleep. Bella, what about you? Sounds exciting. Okay. All right, what about you? You woke up. Well, that's always a good start to the day. Okay, yes. You pushed the car over black ice? Okay, well, it's good you weren't driving over it, because that could be a little bit more dangerous there. All right. Yes. You watched 7 dogs. Just you watching 7 dogs? Like they were all at your house? Oh my, I cannot. Okay, Pastor was gone, so we were watching Pastor's little dog. You guys seen Max before? I hate that dog. All right, but anyways, we're watching Max, and I got to tell you what happened. Max isn't bad. Max and my dog are brothers, okay? And some of you maybe have seen Charlie. They look, who's seen Max and Charlie? Anybody seen? I think Bella has. Bella, do they look alike? They do not look alike. Like, my dog looks good, Max does not. But no, they like height, they're completely different. But anyways, they'll just fight the whole time. But here's why I don't like having Max there. My other dog, Rocky, you know what he does the entire time Max is there? Like barks at him. The entire time. Is so annoying. And so, but he was over there a few times, had to watch him and just listen to the barking, so that was annoying. But yeah, so 7 dogs. I can't do 3, so you're doing much better than me. All right. Yes, Emma. What about you? You got a new puppy? Oh, very cool. What's your puppy's name? What is it? Okay, all right, very cool. A new puppy. What kind of dog? Oh, you're allergic? Oh, so she sheds a little bit then? Oh, okay. I got it. Just allergic. I gotcha. That's another difference between my dog and Pastor's dog. Again, they're supposed to be brothers. Pastor's dog sheds, which he's not supposed to, and my dog doesn't. So I don't know how that works out. You know, I've got to find a picture, and I'm going to bring it in and show you guys. Seriously, my dog's like twice the size of Pastor's dog. like, and they're brothers. You know, they're both like almost a year old now, but I don't know if they're brothers or not. So I think it's a conspiracy. All right. Yes. What about you, Cheyenne? Sleep. Okay. You went to Arizona. Okay. Very cool. Eating. Okay. What was the best thing, Jason, that you ate over the break? You don't even know, just eating it all. Did you even know what you were eating, or are you just throwing it in? All right. So Jason eating everything that he could find. What about you? What is it? I couldn't hear you. Okay. All right. In the back, yes, sir. Sleep. What is it? Okay. What about you? Playing video games? What is it? It did what? Okay, all right, good. I'm old, I can't. Here's what I thought you said, okay? And I don't know how I thought you said that. I thought you said my dad's army truck blew up. And I'm like, I don't know if that's the best thing that could happen over the break, but I'm glad that's not what you said, all right? I'm glad it's just my old age and not being able to hear. So, all right, guys, well, I'm glad that you guys had a pretty good break. I know that today, because I'm going to make
persecuted
right now that most of us have not been awake at 8:30 in the morning.
Now he was really on fire for the Lord, okay? And then he was talking to his fellow believers, his brothers in Christ. He says, be ye steadfast and unmovable, okay? Who knows what steadfast and unmovable?
Turn there today. And this is for those online as well. As you turn there today, do remember your plan for the week. I have passed out your field. And if you are online, these will be up in the office for you to pick up. Pass those out to you guys. That is due on Friday. Same as always, on Friday, those will be due. And then on Friday, you will have your verse quiz. So just those two things is all we have this week. Tomorrow,
as be steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord. He's saying always be in God's work, always seek the Lord. He says, for as much as ye know that your labor
is going to be counted, is on Friday. So make sure that you guys are ready for that. Your book should be turned to page 108. 108. And we are going to begin looking, we started looking at a couple of the good kings. Review. I know that it has been a couple of weeks, and last time you quiz over this, but you may not remember, but it's very important in this section of the Bible down to understand a little bit of the background on it. Let's go through this. We'll go all the way through. Just say it out loud. First king of Israel. Saul. Saul's the first king. Give me the second king of Israel. David. David, the man after God's own heart. His son then becomes king, and the son that becomes king's name is Solomon. All right? Solomon's son becomes king, and his name is Rehoboam. There's a problem, though. Remember, Rehoboam treats the people poorly, so there is going to be a split in the kingdom. There's going to be a northern kingdom and southern kingdom. Rehoboam is going to lead the southern kingdom, who will then become the king of the northern kingdom, Jeroboam. Now, when we get into that, the northern kingdom, really most of the rest, I would say almost 90% of the time you're going to read it in Scripture, the northern kingdom is going to be referred to as, what is the northern kingdom? The other name for it? Israel. Remember, northern kingdom Israel. Remember, more tribes went with them, so that is Israel. The southern kingdom had really one main tribe that was with them, and they took that name. What is the name of the southern kingdom? Judah. So you have Judah and Israel. Really quick, the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel was Samaria. Capital of the southern kingdom, Judah, was Jerusalem. Okay, Jerusalem. So that's a little bit of the geography and some of the terms that you are going to see and going to need to know.
Someone who was righteous, was respected, and he was honored. Okay? Raiment, clothing, that's your next vocabulary word for those of you who don't know. Okay?
What would you say our definition of a good king is when we're referring to it? Someone who follows after God. Okay, someone who follows after God. Now, did some of these kings, as far as doing things politically, as far as doing things for money for the kingdoms, did a good job. But we're not listing them as a good king unless they followed God. You say, how do you decide that? God already did. In fact, when you read through these scriptures, you're going to see many times if it's a bad king, they will say he followed after Jeroboam, or he did that which was evil in God's sight. And so that's how we know, was this a good king, was this a bad king? We're looking at a little bit of the good kings of Israel, and I think it would have been the Thursday before the break, we looked at King Hezekiah, okay, King Hezekiah, and we looked at how Hezekiah was a man of prayer, and how he was being surrounded by the people of Assyria. They were threatening him, but he still trusted God. Now today we begin looking at King Josiah, okay, King Josiah. And King Josiah in 2 Kings chapter 22. Here's what I want all of us, we're going to use our Bible today. 2 Kings chapter 22. And here's what we're going to do. For the next few moments, I want you to work on this. 2 Kings 22. You're going to work on page 108 and the very top of 109. There's one verse listed there for you. It asks you a question and gives you it gives you a reference. It's you to look.
But this week's life principle is God wants us to learn that we don't have to follow the crowd.
Answer the question that is there. Let's do the first one together to make sure we all understand. Everybody should be in 2 Kings chapter 22. 2 Kings chapter 22, and we're going to read verse number 8. So I'll read the question. What book did Josiah's men find? Okay? And let me read verse number 8 for you. Well, if I'm in Acts, I don't know how I made that far off. 2 Kings chapter 22, and let's read verse number 8. And Hilkiah the high priest said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have
learn how to stand for what is right. It means we're by ourselves and standing alone. And that's exactly.
What does it say there? The book of the law. So that's what you write in. Okay, the book of the law. Does that make sense? Okay, I want you to answer the rest of those questions to a few minutes, but to the best of your ability, I want you to answer those questions. If you are online, you should.
So, okay, we don't have to obviously look it up in the dictionary, but highlight the word prophecy and it's a warning.
Online, go ahead and sign in for me. Let me see if you are here. So if you're online, sign in for me.
A prophecy that would tell people, oh, God is going to come to earth, okay? Revealing the will of God. Obviously, we just celebrated Christmas, right? It was God's will for God to come down to earth to be born in a manger, okay? But the prophecy foretelling this story happened thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. Okay, so how many of you guys know the book of Isaiah? Okay, there's the book of Isaiah, a lot of prophets in the Old Testament. Okay, this happened, and these books were written thousands and thousands of years before Jesus Christ was even born. But in Isaiah,
if you guys have a question about it, let me know. Again, do all of 108 there. And there's just one question on the top of 109 that you need to do. You don't need to read all of the verses, just read the verses that it gives to you. Okay? If you get stuck on one, just go to the next one. It's not going to be for a grade, just going to be for you there, all right? So bottom of 108, very first question on 109. while they're doing that, let me talk to those of you online. Some of you online, before we went to break, we took those quizzes. You were supposed to get them back to me the Monday after the break. Have not received them. So again, we've talked about this. If you don't turn in your work, you take a 0 on it. It's your responsibility, okay? So some of you, I'm going to be contacting your parents today, letting them know. But let's just be honest. We're old enough at this point. When we know something is due, we need to get it done and turn it in, all right? I know you're not at school. I know you don't have me there to actually physically walk to you and hand the test to you. So you are going to have to take a little bit more responsibility for that. But it's very, very important that you get it in. If you don't turn it in to me, I'm going to give you a 0. Now, here's what I'm going to do. Because I know we had the break, so maybe you forgot, turn it in today. You've got to email that to me today or drop it off in the office today. One of those two things. My email address, let me give you that one more time so that you make sure that you have it. And this is the best one to email me at if you have any questions or anything like that. It's Mike Moyer, M-O-Y-E-R, .ccs @gmail. MikeMoyer.ccs@gmail. So please let me get that to me. And if you're going to be online, you're going to have to be responsible for that, okay? If you're going to do this week online, then you're going to need to get your field notes to me. You're going to need to get your verse quiz to me. And again, it's a little bit more work on your part, but you've got to get those things done. If you have a question, let me know. Here's what I'm going to do really quick. I'm going to give you your field notes as far as what you're going to need to read each day. Okay, so I'm going to give those to you. Again, if you cannot get here and pick up maybe you can't get here and pick up your field notes till Wednesday. I understand that. So I'm going to give those to you to where you can just begin. You can do Monday, Tuesday, maybe you get it Wednesday, then do the rest of them on there, and then take Mondays and Tuesdays and put them on this paper. So let me give you what you're going to do Monday. You need to read and get something out to write it in. All right, Monday, you're going to read Matthew chapter 25, verses 1 through 30. That's what you're supposed to do today. Matthew chapter 25, verses 1 through 30. Tuesday, Matthew chapter 25, verses 31 to 46. Matthew 25, 31 to 46. Wednesday, Matthew 26, verses 1 through 25. Matthew 26, verses 1 through 25. And Thursday, Matthew 26, verses 26 to 50. Matthew 26, verses 26 to 50. Remember then, you're going to write down your big takeaway of the week, and you're going to write your memory verse, which is Psalm 1, verses 4 and 5. Some of you, I'm getting some of the things you send in, but like I know some of you, I didn't get your field notes last week. So you've got to send in everything that is due. Again, your responsibility. I go over all this in class. Very important that you're paying attention in class and that you are writing down what you need to get done. I know it's a little bit different because a couple things. One, you don't have the time in class. For instance, on this class, I don't start it until about 8:40 usually. Now, why is that? That's because, what do we do in class from about 8:30 to 8:40? Everybody in class works on their field notes. So if I turn on the camera, there's nothing going on. So what should you probably be doing from 8:30 to 8:40? I would recommend working on your field notes. Get that done. That's sort of our schedule, how we get things done. So I would recommend take that time, work on that. But you don't have the time built in because you're the one more in charge. So you've got to have a little bit more discipline to get that done. And then sometimes here's what happens. I know it happens. You're reminded of something by somebody else in the class. Right? Maybe you forget that you have that verse quiz on Friday and you walk in Friday morning and everybody's studying for it and you're like, oh, I need to study. So you don't have that class experience like that. So again, it falls more on you. So it's very, very essential that you take this seriously, that you get your work turned in on time, and that if you have any questions, communicate those with me. Okay? You've got to get the work done. This week, there's 2 things that need to be turned in on Monday. By Monday, you need to have your field notes and your verse. Again, anytime you take a quiz, you have to have a parent that is there, that is watching you as you take that quiz. Okay? So just a quick reminder for that. Now everybody, hopefully you are done or nearly done with the work we were working on. We were looking at Josiah. So we looked at the first thing. In 2 Kings 22:8, he found the book of the law. So he finds the book of the law. And so Josiah has that. Now, here's what's going to happen. They read the book of the law. So they get it out, they begin to read it. What was Josiah's response to that? What two things did Josiah do when he heard the book read? Somebody give me one of them. Give me one of them. Yeah, Emma. Okay, he tore his robes, ripped his clothes. Now you hear that and you're like, what is going on? Right? I mean, if I'm standing there and all of a sudden somebody like starts ripping their jacket, I'm like, this guy has lost his mind, right? I mean, that's just sort of how we would associate that. But understand, in Bible times, and even in some cultures today, that is a sign of repentance. That's a sign of sorrow. So they would rip their clothes. And for us, it would be like, that would be like their outer robe that they would rip. And it would be like for us, if we're wearing a jacket or something like that, just to rip it. And that's what he did. It was a sign of repentance. Not only did he rip his clothes, what else did he do? What else did he do in verses 10 through 13? Anybody else get that? There's one other thing. He ripped his clothes, which is probably the most obvious one. But the other one, you had to dig a little bit more. What did you find? Emma, what did you find? Okay. Here's what he did. He told his men to inquire of the Lord about what was written in the book. He told his men to pray. That's a simple definition of this. He told his men to pray about what was in the book. So we haven't really done a background. Here's what they're doing. They're making some repairs to the temple, basically. And while they're making those repairs, these guys go in and they find a scroll, a book that is supposed to be in the Bible. And they're like, guys, it's right here. So they take it to Josiah. Josiah says, okay, I want it read. What does it say? And that's when they read that book. That's when he tears his robe in repentance and he says, let's pray. We need to find out exactly what this means for us. Then, what 5 things did Josiah do after the prophet Huldah predicted the destruction of Judah? Okay, I'm
going to put that on the board.
Bella? Okay, so here's what he did. He gathered the people and had the book read. So he brings all the people together and they read. Again, remember when we're talking about a book, we're talking about the scripture here. Has the book read. So he gathered the people and had the book read. Then in verse number 3, what did he do? I'm going to read this, okay? Hopefully you guys have filled these in. Let me read verse number 3. We're in 2 Kings 23, verse 3. And the king stood by a pillar and made a covenant before the Lord to walk after the Lord and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all their heart and all their soul, to perform the words of this covenant that were written in this book. And all the people stood in the covenant. So what did he do in verse number 3? He made a covenant. Made a covenant. What does that mean? He promised to follow God's plan. He promised to follow God's plan. Made a covenant, promised to follow God's plan. Now, a covenant is not a we use a lot today. It's our best definition is a word, is promise. Now, I don't like that definition because when we use the word promise, it doesn't really, unfortunately, mean much today. We promise something and we know we're never going to do it. But they were saying, God, we're going to do it. We're going to follow you. Notice what he also has here. All the people are standing up agreeing with him. We're going to follow. So they've seen what the Bible says. They've agreed to follow it. And then in verse number 4, what did he do in verse number 4? This was probably your easiest one to find out what he did. What did he do? Let me read it. The king commanded Hilkiah, the high priest, and the priests of the second order, and the keepers of the door, to bring forth out of the temple of the Lord all the vessels that were made for Baal and for the groves and for all the host of heaven. And he burned them without Jerusalem in the field. So what did he do in verse number 4? Yeah? He burned the idols. He removed the idols. He destroyed the idols from the temple.
1 Corinthians 15:58. Does everybody have this God's purpose for John the Baptist? Okay, awesome. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and turn to our key verse, so make sure that you...
Before him had brought in idols into the temple. So not only, and this is important, he made a promise to God, but he did something about it. Here's where I think a lot of times our problems come in. We make a promise, we say, I need to do what's right. And you, whatever it is, you're at a youth service, you hear your youth pastor or maybe a special speaker is preaching, and you're like, okay, I need to do that. Maybe it's something as simple as just Sunday in church. Yesterday, you're sitting there and your pastor's up there and he's preaching, and you're like, man, I need to do something about that. Or whatever it is, you're reading your own Bible. But we don't do anything besides just say, I need to do something about it. Josiah said, we need to follow God, and then he said, let's make sure that we're doing something about it. And what does he do? So he celebrated the Passover. Anybody remember what is the Passover? Exactly. Celebrating the fact when they were able to leave Egypt. They had gone a period of time where they weren't celebrating that. Why weren't they celebrating that? Because they weren't focused on it. Or, I believe probably some of them were celebrating it, just not for the right reasons. Let me give you an example. How many people celebrated Christmas a couple weeks ago? Guys, make sure you're sitting up. Mine? No. Right? They missed it. I think probably during this time some people were celebrating the Passover just because it was like a time for everybody to get together, like Christmas, right? Why do some people like Christmas so much? Because the whole family gets together, we spend time, but they miss what it's really all about. Verse number 24. What did he do in verse number 24? And the Spiritists, those people that, and this, by the way, is something that people try to do today. Try to cleanse all of Judah of this. So, how can we keep God's word before our minds? This is what was important to him. What do you think? Let me just ask you. Give me ways you can keep God's word before your mind. In your mind. What is one way you can? Okay, go ahead. Write down memorizing. That's memorize. That's one way we keep God's word in our heart. Now, when we talk about memorizing scripture, this is so easy for us to be like, oh, I'm doing well here because I memorize a verse every week. But let's be honest. I don't know how many verses we memorized that first part of the year. How many of those do we remember? It gets a little harder, right? I'm talking about really memorizing a verse, not just so that you remember it on a Friday morning for 10 minutes, but so that it's in your heart. You memorize scripture. Anybody else? Give me another one. Memorize scripture is a very good one. What else? Yes. What is it? The most obvious. You read it. You read it. How am I going to know if I don't read it? So read and memorize. Let me give you some homework. Get some sleep so some of you are more awake than you are today. All right? Because you need to, some of you tomorrow, if you're the same way, you will be spending class standing. That way you don't have the temptation of sleep. Make sure you get some rest so that you are more. And you guys are dismissed.
Okay, welcome back to another, well, towards the end of this grading period. We have just a few weeks left. I'm not sure exactly how many, but we have a few left of this grading period. And so there are 3 missing worksheets up here on the board, on the cabinet now. And a lot of that has to deal with stuff that wasn't turned in the last week, okay? Some tests and quizzes and so forth. So make some of that open book stuff we did at the very end of the last, right before Christmas. So make sure that you are checking this, make sure you're getting it turned in, because this is a lot. Some of you have your names up here quite a bit, okay? And so I'm being flexible with you with different things, and this whole aspect of COVID and what we have to deal with that puts a little bit of different spin on the missing work. Okay, so I've not been giving zeros unless they need to be a 0. Okay, you can get them changed. I'm not even taking points off this year. Just get it turned in. That's all I'm asking. So I'm trying to help you and work with you through this whole pandemic issue type thing. But DLs, put it in the box, Chase. Thank you. DLs, we are starting a new chapter today, chapter 5. Mia, I don't know who's all on yet or not, but Mia, Cheyenne will have yours. She's bringing it home tonight, so you got yours. The rest of you, I wasn't sure who was or wasn't going to be here today, and so forth. So I don't have things in the office for you at this moment, but I plan on getting that up in the office today so that you can come by and pick it up. So again, today, just take a piece of paper, write the number down and the answer behind the number, and that way when you get your notes, you can just transfer those answers over to your notes, okay? So I have 4 people that that need to get their notes. So Jezreel, Jose, did you give one to Emily? So Emily needs hers, Nico needs his. I shouldn't be short. I should have 27 of them. Because Jasmine's not here either, right? Or are they here?
No, they're not.
They're not here? And Joey. I only have 4 copies left. Oh, okay. Okay. Does Jasmine have one on her desk? Check real quick. I just need to know who to give these to. Is there a set of notes on Jasmine's? Emily? Is there one on Emily's? No? Okay, so is there one on Joey's right there? Notes? Is there a set of notes on Joey's? Okay. So Jezreel, Jose, Emily. Is that it then? Huh? For now he is, yes. So I'll go ahead and take it back. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, well then that covers it and still gives me 1 extra, I think. Okay, good. All right. Let's go ahead and get into this. One more thing to pass out. Who would like to do it? Brianna? No. I think all those are junior high. I didn't get a chance to talk to you guys much on that Friday, Christmas party day, but This is just definitely my thank you for anything that you were given to me. And by the way, if anybody gave me just a Starbucks card, okay, and it's not on your thank you note, please let me know, because I can't remember who. I think somebody just handed it to me in the transition or whatever, and so I didn't write it down, which I like to do. So I don't want to leave you out. So if you gave me just a Starbucks card and you are not getting one back, or it's not on your card, thank you. Let me know so that I can make that right, okay? That's the only thing that I didn't have record of, okay? Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, you ready? Like they say on TV, are you ready for some football? Well, the same goes. Are you ready for some notes? What do you want me to do? Get up and do a cheer? Are you ready for some notes? Okay, there we go. Oh, here we go. A matter of origin. Well, believe it or not, okay, if we gave a topic of discussion, because they like to discuss, if we were to give Cody and John a topic of discussion, whatever that topic would be, 9 times out of 10 they'd probably have different opinions about that topic. And it doesn't matter who we would put Destiny with, they would definitely have different opinions. Okay? The only thing that Destiny would, no, I won't say this. Okay? All framed. Okay? But anyway, there's a conflicting view of the beginning of the origin. Okay? Well, God, as we know it, is the creator of all. Okay? He's the founder of the founders of science supported the truth of God as that creator. And what's been neat over the years to see happen is that even a lot, not all, but a lot of the worldly evolutionists, not necessarily evolutionists, but just the scientists that have that strict worldview, okay, have turned around their thoughts in a little way that they acknowledge that there had to be somebody or something out there that put all this together. And so even the world's scientists are starting to come around a little bit in some of their opinions. Okay? The laws, the principles that we see on a daily basis and don't even recognize them. Okay? They support the truth as God, the creator. Okay? How could, and see, the evolutionists would say that the beginning happened from an explosion. An explosion out in space. Now I want you to seriously, in your 7th and 8th grade minds, okay? And I know you don't have all the facts, okay? You haven't gone to college and you haven't been trained in different things. But use the mind that God gave you right now. And just think about this. Boom! There was a big explosion out in space. Okay? What happens when things explode? Huh? They get destroyed, but what happens to the matter of that object? Okay, thank you, Cody. It spreads all over the place. Okay? Now, this is where they're taking this theory, the Big Bang Theory. They're saying that because of this explosion, the particles of that explosion went off into space. And those particles became, catch the word became, our planets, our stars, our solar system, our whatever out there. From an explosion. Now, how many of you, and DLs, I can't see your hands, but you can verbally, or not verbally, but in your mind agree with us on this. How many of you like fireworks? We all do to some extent, okay? Some of you, like Aaron, you know, they're scared when the big boom goes off and, Andrew, help me. Okay, but not just good. But anyway, when that boom goes off, okay, and if you've ever watched a firecracker go off, okay, even though they're illegal now, but if you've ever watched one, and I'm thinking back when they were illegal, okay, I don't do them now. I obey the laws, okay, shh. But when that firecracker goes off, the gunpowder that's inside shreds the cardboard wrapping, and it goes all over the place. Okay? There is no control of where that matter goes. So if an explosion happened out in space, and if God is not having his hand on that explosion, how did that matter get to where it's at today? If that matter turned into our planets and our stars. And if that Big Bang happened and the explosion and the particles went out, particles of matter went all over the place, how did it stop and start circling the Earth in its proper orbit? How did the particle that became the Earth stop where it's at? And then how did, and I'm saying the particle that's circling the Earth is the satellites, the moon, or different other ones, because of the gravitational pull. Where'd the sun come from? The sun had to be put in its spot because everything revolves around the sun. Now they have arguments about that because the sun goes from east to west, and so the sun's moving across the earth. But what's happening is that the earth is spinning as the sun is there, and it's just spinning, okay, rotating on its axis. How could the earth be part of that explosion, stop where it is today, and develop the laws and principles? Gravitation. How did it start its gravitation? Where did it come from? There's many thoughts, many principles that are going on that we need to take in consideration. And so modern scientists are starting to come around, even though, number 3, they've rejected God. Okay? They don't want to have anything to do with God, but they are acknowledging that something, according to them, had to have control over this somehow. So scientists today say that chance, time, and energy with the origin of the earth is the sum of God's physical creation. Okay? They're just leaving God out of the picture. But even when they say chance, time, and energy, all the principles that are behind that aspect, the scientific principles, so the scientific laws of nature, they're saying, well, something had to have control over this. Okay? We have what's called special creation. Special creation is the belief that God called the universe and all that is in it into existence out of nothing. That's what's so amazing about the origin, is that there was nothing, and we can't even think about that. There was nothing in the beginning from our perspective. Okay? God was there. God's a spirit. Okay? Jesus was the only part of the Godhead that became flesh, as we know what flesh is. And you got the Holy Spirit, the third part. But God was there. And Jesus was there. The Holy Spirit was there at the beginning. Well, what was the beginning for them? There was none. See, that's what we can't fathom, because in our minds, we deal with the finite aspects. That there has to be something for something else to happen. And so there has to be a beginning of something. Let's go to the Big Bang Theory again. Where did the something come that exploded? See, they can't answer that. And in order to answer that, they have to acknowledge that God is the creator. That God put it there. And see, if you've ever watched politics, heaven forbid we watch politics anymore, but if you ever watch politics, the politicians always seem to maneuver around the questions. They don't ever answer a question directly, because they don't want to put themselves into a spot that they said this 10 years later, because it always comes back to haunt them. So they shy away from the idea and change the subject if they can. Scientists today do the same thing. If it's starting to gear towards God, they shift it. However they can. Well, special creation depends upon a creator, the all-powerful and the all-wise God. God called everything into existence out of nothing. Figuratively speaking, it would have been neat to be a mouse on the wall at creation and sit there and watch God say, "Let there be light." And boom, there was light. Let the mountains bring forth, and the mountains were there. Let there be vegetation, and all of a sudden, green plants arose. Let the waters be there, the firmament above and below. And it was there. It didn't start trickling down the mountain. It was there. The animals, all of God's creation. But you know what? Man is the only exception to that. God didn't say, let there be man, and he suddenly appeared. Okay? And there's purposes behind what I'm about to say. God took the dirt, the dust of the ground. Okay? How many have ever played with mud and formed mud pies or mud figures of any kind? Or, let's take another. How many have ever done that with Play-Doh or clay or something? Okay? We've all done something to that aspect. God took the dust of the ground and he formed man. So, God's here and he's created this image. Okay? Is that man? No. Okay? That's just a statue of what God made. Okay? So God didn't say, let there be man, and he suddenly appeared. And let there be woman, and she suddenly appeared. Okay? God took that dust of the ground, formed man. When did man become a living soul? When did man start being man? When God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And there's the miracle of man's creation. As soon as God just took it, the Bible doesn't say you got to put truth where it's supposed to be. The Bible doesn't say God formed the liver, God formed the heart, God formed the pancreas, God formed the voice box, God formed the brain, God formed, and when he was creating this, when God breathed into man the breath of life into his nostrils, everything in our being from head to toe started functioning immediately. That's God's creation of man. He didn't have to speak it in, he breathed it into us, the breath of life. That's man's origin. And then, for the woman, he took a rib from Adam's side. And that doesn't mean that every man today has one less rib than women do. No, that's not the case. God formed man with all the ribs. And from that creation, man today still has the same amount of ribs. Okay? If I can use the term, deformities happen, but that's not what we're talking about. Okay? To form Eve, man took a rib from Adam's side, and from that he created woman. But the same aspect has to go for the woman as it did for the man. The breath of life had to get into her, and that came from God. Man can't define that. And so even with the human body, God or scientists have to recognize, and they are slowly, they have to recognize that something had to do all this. And if they can recognize that something had to do it, then that's leaning them towards acknowledging that it's God. Okay? God made complex living organisms out of simple materials, as when he formed man from the dust of the ground. God simply spoke the earth and the universe into existence on the first day of creation, and then that in the next 5 days he formed the continents, the plants, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the animals. Why didn't God create man first, Brianna? Okay. He'd have food to eat. Okay. He had a shelter. Okay. Man became the dominion over God's creation. How can you have dominion over something that's not there? You can't. And so God climaxed his creative work in the formation of man out of the dust of the ground. And creation took no more than 10,000 years ago. That's kind of hard for us to think about. Okay? But if you put things into perspective, how old is the United States? 1776 is when the United States came into existence. Okay? 1776, 2021. Do some subtraction. What do you got? Okay? We're over just 200 years, just over 200 years old as a nation. Just 200 years. Okay? 1976 was 200 years. So you add 76 to 2000, you've got another 24 plus another 20, let's just say 245. Okay? That's how old the United States is. And yet when we look at that, we think, man, that was eons ago. But it's not. It's a relatively young nation. Methuselah lived how many years? Almost 1,000, 900 and some years. Okay? That was before the United States came into existence. So there's another 100 years. And so if you just do some chronological math, you find that the universe, God's creation, what we live in today is just a relatively young creation. 10,000 years. If you take the 245 out of the 10,000, it's just a bite out of it. And so you've got all this other years in there. Okay? So it doesn't seem like that much, or it seems like it's such a long time that creation was made. But it really wasn't when you start putting it into mathematical situations. So that's creation side. The other side of it is evolution. Evolution is the belief that the universe and life originated by natural processes over billions of years. How young of a creation are we about? Only about 10,000 years. Where do they get the billions of years? Emma? What was the word you just used? No, it was an E word. Estimated. They estimated, they think. And so their thoughts, they make it sound true. So they put the billions of years because they know that life as we know it is a short life. It's not been in existence that long, to be honest. But when you put the billions of years, that takes God out of the picture totally. There's two categories of evolution. First of all, you have biological evolution. The word fits the definition. Biological definition or organic evolution, because everything that God created, biological, is organic. And because God created man and everything out of the dust, that's where it goes when it dies. It decays back into, okay? Biological evolution is the gradual development of life on Earth. Biological evolution. Biological is true. But when you put evolution to it, it makes it false. Okay? The gradual development of life. Are you guys adults yet? Are you babies yet? Still? Okay. So you are gradually developing into adults. But you are you. You are the same person that you were born as. You're only growing taller. You're only maturing. But you are still you. Okay? You're still you. That's biological evolution. It sounds good, biological, because biological is science. But when you put the word evolution behind it, the false belief of the creation and the development of life, that makes it false. The second category of evolution is what we call cosmic evolution. That's the chance of origin of the universe as a whole. I wonder if that should be change instead of chance. Anyway, cosmic. Where did the stars come from? Where did the planets come from? Where did the galaxies come from? Where did the universes, and I said plural, there's more than one out there. Where did they come from? God. Okay? Not over billions of years. So under evolution, as we've stated, there's what's called the Big Bang Theory. That's the supposed starting point of cosmic evolution. Okay? Cosmic has to deal with what's out there. Okay? The stars, the moon, space. Okay? Through both biological and cosmic evolution, most evolutionists choose to ignore the role of the Creator in creation, and believe that everything exists by natural processes. The earth has developed into what we have it for today. The earth came into existence when God said, let the planets be. Earth itself, over the years, has changed, okay, but it's still Earth. And it always has been Earth. And it always will be Earth until God finally destroys everything, okay? But from our perspective, Earth is Earth, no matter from day 1 to day 356, okay? Earth is Earth. It's just, it changes. It develops, okay? You are you. You're just growing into young adults. But you are still you. Evolutionists, attempts to free man from God and his responsibilities, okay, of the Creator. Because if they don't put God into it, then we don't have to obey God. Here's what happens when man doesn't look at God or tries to take God out of the picture. The moral consequence that occurs on belief in evolution is that people feel free to act however they desire. If I don't have to be let me backtrack. If God's the creator, and if God put everything into existence, and if I choose not to believe that, then it puts God over there and puts me here. And if I'm not believing in God over there, then I can do what I want to over here. Okay? It's kind of like you guys at school. If the teacher's over here, I can do whatever I want to over here. Okay? Same kind of aspect. Okay? But that's the downfall. Because we're not putting our trust and our aspects into God, the Creator, we start thinking that we are in control. Man is in control. And that he can do however and whatever he wants to do. Pretty soon that comes back to haunt us. And God starts to punish. Okay? That's where we'll leave it today. DLs, thank you. Again, I'll have your notes in the office for you to be picked up. Should have it by the end of the day at least, okay? So, glad to have you all back, both in class and out of class, DLs. Pray that someday we can all be back here together, okay? Have a great day.
Okay, go to list number 10 in your vocab books. Whoops, list number 10. Hey, Mr. Brown. Sorry? A thermos. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. List number 10. Okay, go ahead and turn to list number 10. Even though it's different in the books, I'll print off another list for you, but hopefully they should be the same. I do have that vocab, so I'll kind of see the differences between those. Okay, list number 10, page number 28. Okay, let's go ahead and go through our vocabulary words. Okay, so I'm going to, hold on. Okay, I'm going to say the definition. I'm going to say the word. Please say the definition. Okay. What'd you say? Yes, I messed up my words. Okay, number 1, baffle. Good. Frustrate, confound, foil. Number 2, deface. Okay. Number 3, futile. Okay, number 4, harbor. Number 5, labored. Number 6, levy. Number 7, mantle. Number 8, mauve. Number 9, pump. Splendor and magnificent. And then number 10, veranda. Open porch. Okay, tonight for homework, you're going to write 1 through 5 of those vocab words 2 times. Please write your words and your definitions twice. Okay, so numbers 1 through 5. This week we're learning about our rule number 4 on page number 6. Well, not rule, but words ending in ence, ance, E-N-C-Y, A-N-C-Y, E-N-T, or A-N-T. So basically, you need to memorize which words end in E-N-T or A-N-T. So it's E or A, okay? So number 1, absent, okay? Number 2, acquaintance, okay? Even though it sounds like acquaintance, make sure that you are looking at that, okay? Number 3, apparent, okay? That's E-N-T. We are on list number 10, okay, for those of you on distant learning. Number 4, assistance. Number 5, attendance. Number 6, buoyancy. Okay, make sure that you are going through these and memorizing which one is E-N-C or A-N-C. Okay, go ahead and turn to page number 6. The key to good spelling, number 4. Okay, this one is you spell by syllables and say the word aloud in your mind as the word will be written, not as it may be pronounced. So that's something that may help you in memorizing how to spell these. Okay. Obviously, we're not going to say acquaintance. Okay, but if that'll help you spell the word, then you need to memorize it with acquaintance, not acquaintance. Okay. Same thing with apparent. Okay. Some people say apparently. Okay, this one might be a little easier, but apparent, assistance, attendance, buoyancy. That'll help you memorize A-N-C-Y or E-N-C-Y, okay? That is some key to good spelling, okay? If you guys look for your example, the word Wednesday is pronounced something like Wednesday, okay? Or Wednesday or whatever. I don't know who says that. But if you pronounce it like Wednesday, it'll help you know how to spell the word Wednesday. Okay, so that's kind of what we're doing here. Okay, if you spell the word and you memorize the word literally how it is spelled, that'll help you remember the word. Okay, so tonight for homework, just do 1 through 5 vocabulary words and definitions. Okay, twice. All right, so it's on the board for those of you on distant learning. If you can't see it, I'll go ahead and include it in the comments after class, but for those of you in class, it's on the board. List 10, your vocabulary words and definitions, numbers 1 through 5, 2 times. Tonight for homework, okay? Go ahead and put that away. Let's kind of review what we've been learning about in our vocabulary, or in our grammar. Okay, so if you notice on the board, we do have a quiz on Wednesday. We do have a quiz over Wednesday, but hopefully it'll be a little easier because we should already know what a verb is. Okay, so verbs show action, they link words, or they help other verbs. That'll be our quiz on Wednesday. So let's go ahead and review those on page number page number 71 in the green book. And then in the blue book, go to page number, give me 1 second. Where are those? Page number 88. Okay, 89, sorry. Page 89 in the blue book. Okay, action verbs. Okay, this is just a review for Wednesday. Action verbs are words that show action, obviously, physically or mental. Physically, I'm talking. Physically, you are sitting. Okay, but also physical or action verbs can also be mental. So when you're thinking, obviously you're not physically thinking, okay, but you're mentally thinking. Those are also all action verbs. So an action verb expresses physical or mental action. So physical, you can type, sleep, research, say, jump, skip, surf. Those are things that you can actually do. Same thing with mental action. You can do these mental actions, but you're not like actually physically doing it. You can pray, you can hope, you can presume, meditate. Obviously, those aren't physical. It's something that's going on in your brain. Those are all action verbs, okay? Action verbs, they have receivers for the action. Who remembers what it's called when an action verb has a receiver? Starts with a T. Transitive, okay? So action verbs can either be transitive or intransitive. For example, if it's an action verb, look at your example, verbs that have receivers are called transitive verbs. So Sam jumped the fence, okay? Or the batter hit the ball. Notice how your verbs are action and there is a receiver. Sam jumped the fence. Therefore, jumped is transitive. Same thing, the batter hit the ball. Hit has a receiver of the action, which is ball, so the verb hit is transitive. Okay? When it does not have a receiver of the action, what's it called, class? Who knows? Good, it is intransitive. Okay, so the car stalled. Okay, stalled is an action verb, but there's no receiver. Okay, same thing. The music stopped. There's no receiver of the action. Stopped is an action verb, but there's no receiver, so therefore those verbs are intransitive. Okay, that's something that you can remember is transitive or intransitive only go with action verbs. If it's neither transitive or intransitive, it has to be a linking or a helping verb. Okay, so transitive and intransitives only go with action verbs. Okay, so those are action verbs. Go ahead and turn over to linking verbs. Page 73 in your book and page number 91. Okay, linking verbs do not express action. Obviously, linking verbs link a word to the predicate in the subject. Okay, so for example, the orchestra or the soloist sounded great. Okay, the verb sounded links the subject to the predicate. So in this case, soloist is linked to wonderful by the word sounded. Okay, sounded or wonderful goes back to the soloist because the verb sounded is linking. Okay, sounded is not an action verb in this case because the subject is not physically doing the action or mentally doing the action. Okay, she's singing, but she sounded wonderful. Okay. For where the word sounded would be an action verb is if maybe the bell ringer sounded the bell. Okay, he's physically sounding the bell. He's doing the action. Therefore, that's when sounded would be an action verb. But in this case, sounded is a linking verb linking the word wonderful back to the subject. Okay. So those are linking verbs. Linking verbs link words in the predicate back to the subject. Okay? The cupcakes are delicious. Are is a linking verb, linking the word delicious to cupcake. Same thing with the strawberries and on page number 91 in the blue book. Okay? Look at your linking verb chart. Okay, on page 73. These words are usually linking verbs. Okay? Usually linking verbs. The words taste through the word stay, those can be used as linking words or action verbs. The way that you tell the difference between those is its function within the sentence. Hey, Mr. Brown. Okay. So those are when those verbs would be used as action. Okay? But these can be used as a linking verb. Okay? Look at number 2. The verbs am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been are all forms of the word be. Okay, these are all helping verbs as well as linking verbs. Those will not be action. Okay, these are being verbs. Okay, look at your example. In the blue book, Jackson is a dedicated Christian. Okay. The word is my verb. It's not an action verb because he's being, or that's what he is. He is a Christian. So it's linking the word Christian back to the subject Jackson. Same thing with Orson is a basketball player. Okay? Is linking player to the subject. Orson is a player. Okay? Number 3, any verb that ends with be or been is the form of the word be, obviously. Okay, so have been, has been, all of those are be verbs, all linking verbs. Okay, and then number 4, I just kind of said this briefly. Taste, feel, smell, sound, look, appear, become, seem, grow, remain, and stay may be used as action verbs as well as linking verbs. So make sure that you guys are looking for those within the sentence depending on how it's being used. Okay? So those are the differences between linking verbs. And then the last type of verb is a helping verb. Go ahead and turn the page over to page 75 and page number 93. Okay, page 75 and page 93, recognizing helping verbs. Okay, and we know helping verbs to be verbs that help. Okay, that's kind of self-explanatory. So you will see helping verbs helping out a main verb. Okay? Helping verb helps the main verb to make a statement. Okay, look at your helping verb chart. Okay, these words can all appear with something else. The words am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been, have, has, had, do, does, did, shall, will, should, would, may, might, must, can, could. Okay, so these are the endless possibilities of words that can appear with a main verb. Okay, so for example, I am talking. Okay, talking is not linking back to am, is not linking the word talking back to I. Okay, am talking is my entire verb. Notice how the word am appears with the word talking. So the word am is kind of helping the main verb of talking to make a statement. Okay, so these are helping verbs. They appear with the main verb. So was driving, they are sitting. Okay, these are all the main verbs, but the helping verbs appear with another verb. Okay, so when it appears with another main verb, this is called a verb phrase. Okay, the entire verb phrase, and we've kind of already seen this kind of be interrupted by like questions. The subject can be interrupting the verb phrase, so make sure that within sentences, you're looking for the entire verb phrase, okay? Some of you guys kind of missed that on your grammar test. Some of you guys missed the helping verb along with the main verb. So make sure that you are looking at those. And then with the verb phrase, obviously we've already studied compound verbs and subjects. So make sure that within the entire sentence, you're getting all of the verbs, okay? All of the verbs. So those are helping verbs. So that'll be on your quiz on Wednesday. It'll be over the action, linking, and helping verbs. Okay, does anybody have any questions on that? Okay, John, you need to stand up. Okay, make sure that you're not falling asleep, okay? Helping verbs, action verbs, and linking verbs. Okay, so that'll be your quiz on Wednesday. Let me see if you guys have any homework tonight. Actually, I didn't assign any homework for grammar tonight, so make sure that you guys are just reviewing for that on Wednesday, okay? Go ahead and put grammar books away. Take out your literature books. Literature books. Okay, we just took our test over literature before we broke off. I have those graded, so I'll pass out everything in a minute. But go ahead and turn to Unit 5, okay? Unit number 5. That is on page number 119, okay? 119. Okay, so this unit, we're going to be talking about service, okay, a place of service. And obviously we didn't have any homework over the over the break. So go ahead and turn to page 119. Let's read this together, okay? I'm going to go ahead and call on you. This is verse by verse from Luke chapter 10, verses 29 through 37. Yes, Aaron? Uh-oh. Did you bring it home? Okay, we'll make sure that's in class tomorrow, okay? All right, the Good Samaritan. Go ahead and read. Well, I'll start off this, and it says, "And who is my neighbor?" Okay, John, go ahead and read the second verse. Mm-hmm. Okay, Cody.
By chance there came down a certain priest that way, and when he saw him, he passed on the other side. And likewise a Levite, when he was at the place, came and looked on him and passed by on the other side.
Thank you. We're just reading one verse at a time, okay? Destiny, go ahead and read the next verse.
But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him.
Good. Jaden?
And went to him and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him.
Good. Chase?
And on the morrow, when he departed, he took out 2 pence, and gave them to the host, and said unto him, Take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will give.
Good. Hudson? Good. And then Bella? Good. Okay, so obviously this is the story of the Good Samaritan. And if you haven't heard it before, it's talking about Jesus. He was telling the story in response to someone who asked him all these questions. And who is my neighbor? Okay, a lawyer came to him, and God was saying, love your neighbor as yourself. And the lawyer was like, well, who is my neighbor? And then Jesus proceeded to tell him the story of the Good Samaritan. And then this man, he was traveling to Jericho, a city in Israel. And he basically got mugged on the way there. Thieves came, they beat him up, and then he was left for dead on the wayside. Okay? And the irony of it is a priest came by. A priest is supposed to be someone who's godly. They're supposed to show compassion. A priest came by, and he saw him, and then he passed on the other side and just still left him. And then same thing, a Levite saw him and left him for dead as well. But the Good Samaritan, and the crazy thing about this is the Jews and the Samaritans back then, they hated each other. Okay, they absolutely hated each other. They couldn't stand each other. But this Samaritan, he actually went out of his way to help this Jew. And that's kind of the story that God portrays in here, is that you should need to love everyone. Everyone is your neighbor. And that's kind of what we're going to learn about in this unit. Is the selection in this unit, they emphasize the importance of serving others and seeing how, God loves others, and it encourages us to not only serve God with all of our hearts, but we need to have compassion on the world like God does, and we need to see the world through God's eyes. Okay, so this is what the unit is about in Unit 5, a place of service. Okay, go ahead and turn the page to page number 120 tonight for homework. If you guys look at this story, it's actually a really, really long story. It goes all the way to page number 130. Okay, so it's 10 pages. So tonight for homework, I want you to read part number 1, page number 120 to 124. Please do not get behind because obviously it's a long story. So we'll read page 120 to 124 and then we'll discuss that tomorrow and then we'll finish the story on Wednesday. Okay? But I do want you to read this because we do have a certain essay that I want to talk about or assign on Thursday, okay? So make sure that we read this, page 120 to 124, part number 1, okay? You can read to either the bottom of the page, it ends perfectly on page number 124. Then if you want to continue reading, you can, but just to kind of break it up, since it is such a long story, tonight for homework, page 120 to 124, okay? If you notice, it was written by Sir Wilfred Thomason Grenfell, okay? And then this is adapted from a story, Adrift on an Ice Pan. If you guys look on page number, let me see where it talks about the author. Go ahead and turn to page number 130. Let's read about Sir Wilfred Thomason Grenfell. He is an author to know, so make sure you know him. He was a famous missionary doctor from England. Shortly after graduating from medical school, Grenfell joined the Association of the Royal National Mission to Deep Sea Fishermen and served as a surgeon. After 5 years of serving the sailors on the North Sea, Grenfell established the first hospital ship. He was then able to visit Labrador, where he became so burdened for the people that he decided to stay. Grenfell spent 40 years dedicating his life to the people of Labrador and Newfoundland. During his many years in Labrador, Grenfell built hospitals, nursing stations, schools, orphanages, a lumber mill, several clothing distribution centers, and a seaman's institute. He was able to raise much of the funds for these establishments through the publications of his books. Many of his books focus on his journey as he served the Canadian people, such as Vikings of Today, A Labrador Doctor, The Adventure of Life, and What Christ Means to Me. God used Grenfell's skill and talent to spread the gospel of Christ to Labrador and Newfoundland. So, obviously, up north in the North Sea, everything is cold. So this is one of his works that kind of coincides with a story up there. Okay, so make sure that you start 120 to 124, part number 1. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about the homework tonight? Anybody on distant learning? Please type those in. And then I think I have a few missing assignments from someone from the break. So I'm going to go ahead and say that out loud, but I still give you time to turn that in. Erica, I'm missing your Literature 4 test. That's one we took before. Mia Bell, I'm also missing that from you. And also your vocab quiz 9. And then Jaden, I'm missing your homework from list 9, your words twice. And then I think that's pretty much it for everyone. So good job on turning things in, but make sure if you're missing things, Erica, I'm also missing your list vocab quiz 9 for spelling. So I looked at the stuff that you sent me, and I think I only got your grammar test that you sent in. Let me look again. If I didn't get it, then you can just turn that in tomorrow to me, okay? Okay, anybody have any questions? All right. Okay, I'm going to pass out our grammar exams and then our literature test, as well as other things, okay? But for those of you on distant learning, if you have any questions, let me know, and then I'll type out the homework in a second, okay? Give me a minute, and then I'll type it out.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Let's go ahead and get started. First thing I want to talk about is some upcoming stuff. There's not that much upcoming in this class, but I just was doing this for all the other classes, so I just made one for here. Main thing, keep checking Google Classroom for homework assignments. If you turn it in class, it's fine. I'm just mentioning they're also there if you ever forget what was assigned. Give me just a minute, please. Quiz 13 will be next week over 4.1, 4.2. That's going to basically be what we do this week is 4.1, 4.2. It's going to take us a little bit. We're introducing a new concept, new-ish. You guys have done it before, I know, because I've taught 6th grade math before, so I know you guys have seen this. So there. Anyway, and then finally, just now I passed out test 3, so you should be able to do your corrections on that and turn those in by Wednesday for half credit. That means if you say, I don't know, got a 50, that means you could get as high as a 75 by just correcting your test. Okay, so I highly recommend you do that. It'll greatly improve your grade. And we'll go there. If you are a distance learner, I will get that to you by My School Works. That assumes you took your test that way. So if you took your test on paper here and are now a distance learner, please email me so I can scan it and get it to you. I'm just not going to be able to keep track of all that. So that's basically what we're going to do there. Yes, you have a question.
Will be Tuesday. Shouldn't it be will be on Tuesday?
It's the same thing. Cool. All right, so that's really the next thing coming up. So you guys have a little bit of time, but keep in mind that means this week is going to be critical because we're going to be spending a whole week on 2 sections, which means these 2 sections are going to be important. All right, so go ahead and go to page 138 as we're talking about that. Let's go ahead and go to page 138. There it is. Go to page 138. We're going to talk about introduction to solving equations. We're getting into the algebra part of pre-algebra. All right, so we're on page 138 of your text. We're on 4.1. Today what we're going to do is we're going to look at the very basics, the starting to figure out how we're going to unwrap equations and getting into that. And then throughout the week we're going to develop it. We're going to get into how do we do word problems with equations. We're going to do, and I know I said word problems, which is everyone's favorite thing. But anyway, you trust me, it's not as hard as it sounds. Actually, if anything, algebra makes word problems easier. Today, and keep in mind, I went to college and I got a degree in mathematics. I know. And so here's the deal with that. I have taken some very advanced math classes, including Calculus 3 and Abstract Algebra. You don't want to know. All right? But here, and that's not to brag, I'm just saying, still one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in mathematics is go back and solve word problems without algebra. I know that sounds dumb, but once you learn it with algebra, it's so much easier than trying to figure out word problems in general. Okay? Because it gives you a way to put on paper what's happening, okay, mathematically. And so that was something that they made us do for our secondary teaching math class, was they said, okay, here's these word problems, do them without algebra. I'm going to check your work. Because as teachers, we have to know how to teach them before you know algebra. Okay, to this day, one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. So I'm excited. Yes? The way you've been doing it this whole time? Because that's not algebra. You're actually using algebra, you just don't know you're using algebra, so that's the trick as a teacher, is to figure out how to do it without introducing an equation. Anyway, moving on. Let's see here, I'm just trying to get this one thing in, and then we can get started. All right. So we're going to be doing things like that, and then I'll show you guys a couple tricks that make solving equations easier as we go through here. But first thing we need to talk about is, first of all, what is an equation? Well, an equation is just a mathematical statement that uses an equal symbol to show that 2 expressions are equal to each other. If you have less than, you don't have an equation. You have an inequality. If there's no symbol at all, you have an expression, not an equation. Yes, they both start with E, but for it to be an equation, you have to have equals. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's a very critical, important part of this. You cannot solve expressions. It's not possible. If I have x plus 10, you can't solve it. There's nothing you can do. However, the second I give you an equal sign, you can do something. If I say x plus 10 equals 20, Now what's x? Fill in the box. Pretend you're in elementary. 10. 10 plus 10 equals 20. Okay? And that's all we're doing. Is the only difference, again, now is we've given the box a name. That's it. Okay, so we're familiar with this now. In algebra, equations contain variables, letters, which are letters, used to represent unknown values. Finding the value of the variable in an equation is called solving the equation. Equations are solved by isolating the variable, which is getting the variable alone on one side of the equation. On screen here now, we have these properties of equality, and these are going to be how we isolate equations. The entire idea of solving an equation is you're going to try to get x by itself. Okay? In order to get x by itself, we have to undo whatever has been done. Okay? You guys know on computers you can hit Control-Z to undoes whatever you just did. Okay. We're just going to be hitting Control-Z a lot, except for we actually have to do the figuring out instead of the computer. Okay, so it's not just simple keystroke, but we have to figure out what was done and undo it. Okay, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to unwrap it. So notice in table A, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, kind of. All right. Notice in table A that all four operations can be used to isolate a variable. The use of these operations can be summed up in two properties, the addition property of equality and the multiplication property of equality. There is one of an inequality, but we're not getting into that. The addition property of equality states that if the same term is added to or subtracted from, because remember subtraction is just addition, both sides of an equation, the two sides of the equation will remain equal. The multiplication property of equality states that if each side of an equation is multiplied or divided by the same number, the two sides of the equation will remain equal. Recall that in algebra, a fraction bar indicates division. So let's look a little closer at these here. First of all, with this here with the addition property, can I zoom in? Is that a thing I can do? That'll work. It's fuzzy, but it'll work. All right, so let's look at the addition property for just a minute. Looking at that left equation, x plus 4 equals 6. Okay? Well, what's being done to x? Added 4. We did plus 4 to x. Does that make sense? That's what we're doing to x. So to get x by itself, we subtract 4 from both sides. What I do to one side, I have to do to the other. Okay? Again, this should be familiar at least a little bit. Okay? I know it's an Arithmetic 6 textbook. Okay? So I know you guys have at least kind of seen it. All right, so if we subtract 4 from both sides, 6 minus 4 is 2. Positive 4 and negative 4 is 0, so x plus 0, or just x. That's what we're doing. Does that make sense? Okay? That's the idea. We take whatever's there and we undo it. You undo addition with subtraction. The same is true of subtraction. To undo subtraction, I use addition. Okay? So if we have x minus 9 equals 7, we add 9 to both sides, okay, because negative 9 plus 9 will give us plus 0. That's what we want. Okay? And so 7 plus 9 is 16. Okay? We're unwrapping the equation. Now, I will say this, okay? You had an excellent idea there when you're talking about unwrapping a gift, okay? It's very much the same idea. When you wrap a gift, typically what will happen is you'll put the gift in a box if it's not already in one, okay? And then you'll close up the box and then you'll wrap the box, right? Okay. Well, which do you do first when you're opening the present? Do you unwrap the paper or do you open the box? You have to unwrap the paper first. It's the same idea. If we have more than one thing being done, we have to figure out which order things are done in. We'll talk about that later. I'm just mentioning it now, though. Okay, it's the same idea. Whatever's been done, we have to undo. Okay? So, you'll notice in that case we've solved x. And all x is what could I put there instead of x to find the equation. So here, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's all I'm doing. Here, 16 minus 9 equals 7. That's all we're doing. I'm just finding out what goes in that spot. Does that make sense? Okay? That's addition. What if we're talking about multiplication? Well, the same thing happens. Again, we're going to heavily use fraction bars in this class. We use fraction bars instead of the division symbol. Okay? So if I have 5x equals 10, what's being done to x? It's being multiplied. Just looking at this first line. It's being multiplied. If there's no symbol, it's multiplication. All right? So that means I have 5 times x. How do I undo multiplication? Division. So I'm going to divide both sides by 5. What is anything over itself? What's 1 times anything? that number. Does that make sense? So you notice how I'm on the left side, I'm creating 5 over 5? I'm creating 1. That's the entire idea. That's how I know what to divide by. I'm trying to get rid of the number in front. But I can't just get rid of it. I have to take care of it mathematically. So if I divide one side by 5, I have to divide the other side by 5. 10 divided by 5 is 2. Okay? And that's how we get the answer. Okay, does that make sense? And so I know 5 times 2 does in fact equal 10. You're like, Mr. S, we could have done that without showing the work. Yes, that's right. For this section, you can probably do it all without showing any work. I guarantee you within 3 sections, you have to show the work in order to know what you're doing. Okay? Get in the habit now. Okay? Because that stuff you can just look at and solve is what we use to get you involved so you can see it and know if you're doing it right. So that way later when you are a little like, I can't look at this and solve it, you can trust the method. Does that make sense? Because you might have looked at that and said, I know it's 5 times 2, right? Like 5 times what equals 10? Well, 2, duh. Okay, we know that. Well, yeah, then it's on the bottom. Okay, but the reason why we're starting out with these is because this helps you get involved in, okay, here's how I do it for when I can't just look at it and say, well, it's duh. Does that make sense? So that's the idea. So x divided by 3 is equal to 2. Obviously, division is being done, okay, or multiplication of a fraction. Either way you want to think of it, it's fine. Okay, how do I undo it? Well, I multiply. So I'm dividing by 3, I multiply by 3 on both sides. Okay, I end up with that 3 over 3 again, which is 1. Does that make sense? Okay, so I get x, and then 2 times 3, which is 6. All right. Any questions on this? Yes. And the reason for that, let me get out my thing here. The reason for that is specifically because we have division being done here. So with what's being done, okay, essentially what x over 3 is x divided by 3. It's the same thing. So then due to the division, we have to do multiplication. However, in algebra, we treat things a lot like fractions because it makes them a lot easier to deal with. Okay? And I know that sounds weird, seeing as fractions are probably, if you're anything like me, up until this point, fractions were like the bane of your existence. If you saw mixed numbers in a subtraction problem, you're just going, why? Why does Rebecca hate me? Okay, does that make sense? Like, is that anyone else's reaction on a test, or was that just me? Okay, like I was in that, firmly in that camp. And then I started doing algebra. Okay? And I know this is sounding like a weird testimonial of some sort, but like, seriously, once I hit algebra, I'm like, oh, thank the Lord, there's fractions. Okay? And I know that sounds weird, but eventually you're going to notice your attitude shifting. Because with decimals, it's a lot of extra math. With fractions, a lot of things cancel. Okay? And it's really helpful. So that's kind of going to be what we do here. So the reason why we treat this as this is because if we divide something by 3, it's the same as taking 1/3 of x. Okay? But 1 times anything is itself, so we can just put x on top. Okay? It's the same thing. So all those say the same thing. The other reason for that is because, like in this case, you can think of this as a fraction, and to get rid of the denominator, we can multiply by 3 over 1. So it's a little more clear. So we tend to prefer fractions because it's a little easier to manipulate. Now, to isolate the variable, you're going to identify and use the inverse operation. So notice that my first question each time is what's being done to x. You have to, before you can undo it, you have to identify what's been done. Okay? You know, if you're taking something apart, you have to figure out what's the first thing you need to undo, right? Okay? It's the same thing. And then you're going to use the inverse operation. The inverse of addition is subtraction. The inverse of subtraction is addition. Okay, the opposites is sometimes how I'll word it. Opposite of multiplication is division. Opposite of division is multiplication. Okay, you're going to use the opposite of whatever you were given. Now, for an equation to remain true, this is one thing you need to get in your heads right now. What you do to one side, you must do to the other. Okay, so a lot of times I'll say, what we do to one side, you have to do to the other. Something like that. I will ask for that response every now and then. Okay? Why? Because you need it. Okay? You need that concept. Because if you don't do it to both sides, you've just changed the math, and you can't do that. You can change how the math looks. You can't change the math. Okay? Then you break it, and then we have like laws of physics issues, and like no. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? You could destroy the universe. No, I'm kidding. You can't destroy the universe with math. All right, in this class anyway. All right, it is good practice to simplify each side of an equation individually before isolating the variable. For example, consider the equation negative 5x equals 11 plus 19. Okay, if there's something you can do, do it. Okay, and here's what I mean by that. We kind of know what we're going to do with x, right? What's being done to x, first of all? Multiplication. Okay, so what am I going to do to undo it? Division. However, do you notice that I have some addition that's like easy picked fruit, like on the right side, that I can like really easy get done? Do that first before you start solving. Okay? If there's something to simplify, simplify. If you can combine like terms, combine like terms. If you can add something, add something. If you can multiply something, multiply something. Because the more math you can do before touching your variable, the easier it gets. Okay? If I try to divide both sides by negative 5 right now, I'm going to get a ton of fractions. Ugh. Okay? Like, I know fractions are kind of nice in algebra, but like, I also don't want more of them than I have to have. Okay? So let's take care of 11 plus 19, which is 30. So I have negative 5x equals 30. Whoops, that's just a dot. I didn't mean that. Stop it. I tried. All right, so that's equal to 30. All right. Now if I divide both sides by negative 5, it gets a lot easier, right? Okay? So I'm going to divide this side by negative 5 and this side by negative 5. First of all, what's 30 divided by 5? It's 6, yes, and then, yes, we do keep the negative. Negative 6. You just got ahead of me there. All right? X equals negative 6. Now, you want to double check it? Here's what you do. Now, first of all, this is your answer. That's what you put in the blank. That's what you circle. This is your answer. But to check any math problem, or any algebra problem, excuse me, you plug in. So I have negative 5 times negative 6 to see if it's equal to 11 plus 19. Okay? You don't need to do the question mark. I just always do it when I'm demonstrating. So that way you can see this is what I'm doing. Okay? So, first of all, what's 5 times 6? 30. I have two negatives, right? So it makes a positive. So I have positive 30. I already know that this side is equal to 30. So as long as you get equal things, they match, check, you're good. If not, you need to go back and double check your answer. If you get the same answer, do your check again. I can't count the number of times where I've messed up the check instead of the problem. Okay? So consider that you may have done something wrong in either place, but they should match. That's what should happen, okay? Because all x is a placeholder. That's all it is. All right, let's look at example A. I have x minus 10 is equal to 10. What operation is being done? Subtraction. How do I undo subtraction? Addition. What am I going to add? 10. Why? I'm trying to get to 0, but yes, because x plus 0 will be x. Okay? I chose 10 because that's what number is sitting right there. Okay? So we're going to do plus 10 on both sides. Notice I did not put an equal sign there. Okay? I'm not writing a new line of the equation. I'm showing what I'm doing between steps. Okay? And by the way, it's very important at this point, even if you're used to working horizontally, you have to work vertically. Okay? You're going to need to show your work. You're going to need to show it this way. All right? So, negative 10 plus 10 is? Nope. 0. Negative 10 plus 10 is 0. So x plus 0 is just x. Okay, that's the entire idea. Okay, now I'm not going to keep belaboring that, but that's the whole point of what we're doing. I'm getting x by itself. And then 10 plus 10 is 20. Yes?
Should we just assume that whatever we do, like negative 10 plus 10, do we even have to do the work just to assume it's 0?
Well, I mean, like, mentally double check that that's actually working. Because, like, if you write negative 13 plus 12, you know what I mean? That's a problem. Okay, so just double check that you wrote the right number. That's basically it.
Do we have to show that we added or something?
You need to show the steps, yes. All right. Especially at the beginning. Later on, not so much. Right now, yes. Because I can't help you if I don't know what you did. Okay? And then, again, to check, I just plug in 20 everywhere I see x. So 20 minus 10 equals 10. Is that true? Yes. Great. We did it right. Okay, that's the idea. Again, we're starting with ones that are kind of duh on the surface to get used to the process, so that way later on, as we're doing these harder ones, it gets we can still use the same method. Okay. For example, letter B. I have x over 7 equals 9 plus 3. Okay. Does anyone see anything here that we can do? Addition. Let's do the addition first. Yep. So x over 7 equals 12. All right. What's being done to x? Divide. So how do I undo division? Multiplication. So we're going to multiply both sides by 7. Okay? So 7 over 7 is equal to 1, so I have 1x, or just x. Okay? At this point, you should not be writing 1x. You should just write x. All right? And then 12 times 7 is? Yes? Yeah, you don't need both. I just did. All right. So then we can go through and check. 84 over 7 is 12. 9 plus 3 is 12. It matches. Okay? You can do the check mentally in your head. I don't need to see the check. The check's for you. Okay? Does that make sense? As a matter of fact, a lot of times, what I would even recommend, do the check on a calculator. Not the math, just the check. Okay? You can't do that in class, though. So there you go. Now, when the numerical coefficient of a variable is a fraction, we multiply both sides of the equation by the reciprocal of the fraction. And again, this is where that fraction is beneficial. I kind of alluded to this earlier, but if we have 3/4 z is equal to 27, okay, watch how we do this. Okay, because what's being done to z is both multiplication and division, right? Yeah, because that's what a fraction is. However, we can just consider it being multiplied by a fraction. When we divide by a fraction, what do we end up doing to the fraction in order to multiply? Flip it. Right. So all we got to do is flip it and multiply both sides by that. Okay? So don't overthink it too much, but if you see a fraction in front, you just flip it, so that way everything cancels. Keep in mind any whole number is over 1. All right? So 3 cancels. 4 cancels. I'm left with just z. Okay? Makes sense? All right, then we have 3 goes into 27 how many times? 9. 9 times 4 is? Therefore, z is 36. Okay? And if we were to go through and check it, 3/4 times 36 is in fact 27. All right? Does that make sense? Okay. That's as far as I'm going to go today. Now, I was going to have us work on practice, but class is kind of running away from us, and I'd rather get you guys to more concentrated practice. So your homework tonight. Go to your homework section on page 142. You're doing numbers 1 through 18 all. You're only doing numbers 1 through 18 all. Oh, right. I do need to go back and review something, but we'll discuss that in a minute. Numbers 1 through 18 all. All right. And take your time. Okay. This may seem like a lot of work. It's really not that many of these. Okay. Take your time. Sit down. Blank piece of paper. Pencil. Show your work nicely and neatly. Okay? Take your time with it. Okay? Every single problem should look like what I demonstrated. Okay? So for example, give me just a minute. For example, if I were to do, say, I don't know, homework number 1, where it's x plus 7 is equal to 2. Okay, I'm going to write down the original problem like this. Okay, every time. Okay, you can't just give me answers. I need to see your work on this. Okay, then on the next line down, kind of smaller, I'm going to write what operation I'm doing. Okay, so what's the opposite of positive 7? Negative 7. So I'm going to subtract 7 from both sides. And then on my next line of my line paper, actually here, let me undo this for just a second. Cool. All right, so let's say this is your homework paper. I forgot I could do this too. All right, so x plus 7 equals 2. Then what I'm going to kind of do is I'm going to write, okay, well, I'm going to do minus 7 on both sides, okay, and go down to the next line. So first of all, plus 7, negative 7, that becomes 0. Yay, we just have x. So x is equal to 2 minus 7, which we know from previous chapters is negative 5. Notice I should see each of those pieces. I should see the original, what you're going to do to the original, how that works out. Okay, does that make sense? You can still check underneath this. Give me just a minute. I'll take questions in a minute. But you can still check underneath this. Feel free. Please circle your answer. Okay? Because when you're grading 16 of these, it's really helpful for your eye to just naturally be drawn to the answer. Okay? Now, then, I'm going to skip a line and then go to number 2. You can have multiple columns on a page, but make sure you skip a line between problems now that they're taking up more than one line each. Okay? Up until this point, I haven't been too picky about homework format. Once we get to this point, I have to be. Okay? Because otherwise I can't read it. All right? There we go. Aaron, you had a question. Okay, cool. I mean, if you're paying attention, it should already be done. Okay? I'm not going to go through and do this, but that's kind of the spacing I want to see on your homework. Okay? So that's what I want to see tonight. Again, your homework is 4.1, numbers 1 through 18 all. Do not move on past number 18 yet. We've not talked about how to apply word problems and all that. That's tomorrow. Okay? And tomorrow we actually may get some more practice in with this. Okay, so I want to see how you guys do first, and then we'll go from there. Once you have your homework written down and like the sample and anything like that, I want you guys to go back a page to page 141 because you're going to have this on your homework tonight. I just want to briefly review it because we've had a break, okay, as far as how you're going to do the evaluation. Yes, you had a question. Okay. So let's go to, on page 141, we're doing number 33, okay? We were told in the directions that A equals 4, B equals 6, and C equals 3, okay? And then we're told to evaluate an expression, and we're given the expression in number 33 that we have 3b squared plus 4a. All right, even if you think you know how to do this, please write down this in your book so that way you have a sample for tonight for homework, just so you have something you can quickly and easily look back on because there is some of this as a review. Again, notice this is the method we use when checking. We take what we think the variable is, plug it in, and see if it works. Okay, here we can't solve, but we're given values so we can see what it would be. Okay, so we have 3 times b, which is 6, but 6 is squared, plus 4 times a. All right, so I've plugged in b, which is 6, I've plugged in a, which is 4. Then at this point, I have PEMDAS. So is there anything in parentheses to simplify? Nope, that's not in parentheses. Squared is outside. Looking at just inside. No, I just have whole numbers. Okay, there's nothing to simplify. Okay, so exponents. I do have something there, right? Okay, what's 6 squared? Right, so I have 3 times 36 plus 4 times 4. Okay, so we did parentheses, but there wasn't anything, so we did exponents. Okay? Now we need to do multiplication and division from left to right as it appears. So first of all, we need to do 36 times 3, which is? I got 2 different answers. All right, I'm just going to do this real quick. Yes, it's 108. All right, 108. And then we have 4 times 4, which is 16. Then we have addition and subtraction from left to right. So we have 108 plus 16, and we get? Yes. I don't know why my brain is just freezing. All right, 124 is our answer. We circle it, we move on. Again, this is really how I should see that homework done. Okay, I should see step by step. Okay, make sure you follow order of operations. If you don't follow order of operations, you're going to get it wrong. Okay? Now, the reason why I kind of jumped around a bit is because at this point, I want to let you guys loose on the homework. So those of you here can ask me questions. If you're in distance learning, you can send me a question via email or text or in chat if it's in the next 10 minutes. And I'll try to answer them. Okay, but I want you guys to get some practice, so I'm going to let you guys loose right now. So you guys are working on your homework, which is on page 142. So you guys have homework 4.1, 1 through 18 all. This is how I expect your homework to be laid out. Yes, you have a question? Yes. Please make sure that if you're turning in your homework on paper, the first, last name, and section number. Okay, it's not enough to tell me pre-algebra or the date. I need to know what that assignment is by just looking at it. Correction, my TA needs to know what it is. Okay, if you just put the date, she doesn't know. Okay, so please put homework 4.1, something like that. Does that make sense? All right, do that. If it's online, we'll know which assignment, which student it is, because it handles all that. Yes? Okay. All right, distance learners, if you have questions, go and throw it in chat.
Erica. Who else was disciplinarian? Aaron did for a little bit. Right? No, for like those 2 extra weeks though. Anyone else in here? Micah, you didn't. Just you and you. I feel like someone else was gone. Maybe not. Maybe I'm hallucinating. All right, welcome. Sorry I'm a little late. We're having some announcements. Make sure you throw your name in the chat. Good to see you. Emily, Mia is here. Make sure you throw your name in the chat so I can put you as present. All right, for today, I gave them all the good news and bad news, but for today, for distant learners, we are not having notes and slides today. If you need the notes or want the notes, let me know. If not, again, you can just highlight stuff in your book like you usually do. But if you want the notes, message me. I'll get them to you this hour or next hour. Okay, but we're not doing notes, but we are going to do homework. Okay, so for class, this doesn't mean, okay, we're not having notes, we just cancel the live stream, which some of you probably already did. Okay, that means you're doing your homework during class. This next 10-15 minutes is plenty of time. We're going to be quiet, work on it diligently, then be done. Yes, John, we are. We are champions. Where'd I put my bag?
Don't even stop.
Did I bring my bag? Maybe I forgot it. It's okay. Can I see your book? My stuff for this class is in my bag. We are starting chapter 13. All right, we're not finishing the last chapter. We're just moving right on to the next chapter. You're just doing the first section review. Okay, here's the thing though. Okay, you also are going to be reading. All right, because we might have a pop quiz or might not have a pop quiz tomorrow. So you need to read. All right, you're reading pages. Write it down. Pages 133. Read pages 133. Okay, I'm not giving you all of it, so you're welcome. Yes, you're reading page 133 to 136. You're stopping at, it says in bold, the Renaissance. 133 to 136, and you stop reading at the Renaissance. You don't read it. Stop at Renaissance. What? No, that's where we're going to pick up tomorrow. Oh, yeah. No. Okay, and then page 138, section review 13.1. Page 138, John, write it down. Stop messing around with your pencil or pen. Section review 13.1, questions. I'm going to be kind to you. 2 through 6 evens. Okay, how many questions is that? 3 questions. Okay, you're all capable of doing that in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Shh. There's no talking during this time. Students in the classroom, you may begin. If you have a question, raise your hand. Distant learners, again, we're not doing any notes today. If you need the notes, message me. I can send them to you right now. We're working on our homework. There may be a pop quiz through the stream tomorrow. So you're reading page 133 to 136 up to the Renaissance. Okay, and then section review 13.1 on page 138, questions 2 through 6 even. Trying to ease you guys back into the school system. We'll start our lessons tomorrow. Okay, but trying to help you guys out a little bit. If you have any questions, let me know. Check My School Works also for your grades. Okay, 2 things could happen. On My School Works, maybe there's a missing grade or a 0 for something you turned in. Okay, 2 things can happen. 1, maybe I graded it and I haven't put it in the system. Or maybe you sent it and I never saw it. Okay, so check it out, see if something's there, let me know. Okay, if you sent it to me and it's saying missing or a 0, okay, say, hey, Mr. Kroll, I sent this to you through whatever you sent it, whether message, email, My School Works. Tell me so I can go back and check, find it, and then grade it. All right, also, if something is already 0 and you didn't turn it in, okay, it's a 0. It's way too late to turn anything in for partial credit or anything like that. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Looking forward to starting this new year and be able to get to know you guys just a little bit more. All right, distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know.